Recessed yesterday, we were in executive session. So first things first, I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So
We were in closed session, and I've got some closed session in front. On the record, okay, so we are out of closed session. Ms. Smith, we're good to go for 17B?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody's here that needs to be here? Okay. I just need to find my thing. Okay. This is case 2025-48, Grace Medical Transport, LLC. Does any member of the board have reason to recuse himself from this hearing? Okay, this hearing is called to order. A quorum of the board is present. This is a final order hearing in the matter of Grace Medical Transport, LLC, pharmacy license 16096, Richard S. McGill, permit holder, case 2025-48, being held here in Columbia, South Carolina on June 18th, 2026. Everyone is reminded that these proceedings are being recorded and that all witnesses must be sworn before they testify. All remarks should be directed to the board. My name is Mary Douglas Smith. I am chair of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The attorney advising the board today is Carolyn Sutherland. Advice counsel, is the respondent present?
No, the respondent is not present.
Okay. The state is represented by Casey Smith, Assistant Disciplinary Counsel. This hearing will be conducted as informally as is compatible with an equitable presentation of both sides of the case and in compliance with the provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act and the board statutes and regulations. It's my understanding that the parties have entered into a memorandum of agreement wherein both the facts and violations have been admitted. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect. This is a formal complaint hearing.
Sorry about that. Got carried away on my script, I think.
That's okay.
Ms. Smith, are you able to provide or establish notice was properly served of the respondent?
Yes, State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are the notice documents. We have a signed notarized affidavit from our ODC paralegal, Kim Long, regarding the notice of the formal complaint hearing, a copy of the formal complaint. It was sent certified mail on May 7th, 2026. And we have as Exhibit 2, the credential view card from our internal system relays that shows that our notice and formal complaint was sent to the address that the respondent has listed with the board.
Okay, we will accept those. Okay, I just say that on the record. Okay, we do find that proper notice was given to the respondent. All right, so we will proceed. Ms. Smith?
Thank you. The state would call Ray Trotter.
Yep, if you'll just be sworn in here. Thank you.
I do.
Investigator Trotter, you work at LLR. Can you tell the board what capacity you're employed at LLR, what your background is, and what your duties as an investigator include?
Yes, I'm currently employed by LLR, the Board of Pharmacy, as a pharmacist, and my duties are primarily investigating complaints that come into the board. Also inspect permitted facilities and assist the executive officer of the board in ODC.
Thank you. And did you review a legal file relating to the respondent, Grace Medical Transport?
Yes, I have.
And who is the permit holder for that?
The permit holder is Richard Stan McGill.
And what kind of permit is it?
This is an EMS, non-dispensing drug outlet permit.
And what were the allegations of the complaint? And can you outline your investigation of that?
The allegations were that the permit had lapsed before or after the renewal date, and that during the period of lapse, the respondent continued to operate as an EMS.
Thank you. And at this time, the state would introduce State's Exhibit 3, which is the 2024-2025 permit renewal for EMS non-dispensing drug outlet.
Okay, thank you.
And Investigator Trotter, is the respondent's permit currently active?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Exhibit 3, can you outline for the board what that is?
This is a permit renewal application for a non-dispensing drug outlet for the renewal period of 2024-25.
And what dates do those permits run through every year?
July the 1st through June the 30th.
And according to this exhibit, this renewal application, what date was this received by the board?
This application was received on March the 21st of 2025.
Okay, and when should the board have received this in order for the permit to remain current?
This should have been in our office no later than June the 30th of 24.
And is this renewal application signed and dated by the respondent's permit holder?
Yes, it is.
And what date is it signed and dated?
Signed and dated on 20th of March, 2025.
And how much did the respondent pay in late fees and renewal fees?
The total amount was $2,820.
And in reviewing this file, did you see an email from the permit holder to the former investigator of LLR, Jennifer Harris?
Yes, I did.
At this time, the state would introduce State's Exhibit 4 into evidence. It's an email from the permit holder to Investigator Jennifer Harris.
Thank you.
I need that one. You can- Investigator Trotter, can you tell the board what that email from the permit holder states to Investigator Harris?
Okay, this is a copy of an email from the permit holder dated August the 28th of 2025 to Investigator Harris. And in the email, the permit holder states that the permit was not renewed, but it was not, the lapse was not intentionally done, and it was an oversight. It says, my director were confused on the dates and thought the license was taken care of. They taken the proper steps, paid the fine, and had the license renewed. Again, it was our mistake and not made with any ill intent.
Thank you. Has the respondent received any prior citations or disciplinary actions for operating with a lapse permit?
Yes, they have.
At this time, the state would introduce State's Exhibit 5, which is citation and notice of penalty for permit number 16096, Grace Medical Transport.
Thank you.
Investigator Trotter, can you outline for the board the previous citation and notification of that penalty for that permit?
Okay, the first document is a letter dated February the 4th of 25 to the respondent, Grace Medical Transport LLC, notifying them that a citation is included and there is a civil penalty to be paid within 30 days upon receipt of the citation.
And is there a citation and notification of penalty that was sent to the respondent as well?
Yes, also included is a citation that was sent to the respondent, and they were cited for failure to renew a permit, operating with a lapsed permit, and fined $500.
And was this penalty paid by the respondent?
Yes, it
When was
was.
when was that penalty paid?
Payment was received on April the 3rd, 2024.
Thank you. Do you have any further relevant information to the investigation of Grace Medical Transport and their permit lapse from 2024 to 2025?
No, I don't.
Thank you. The state has no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have an opportunity to ask any questions? Okay, board members, do you have any questions?
Does the state have any recommendations?
The state would recommend to revoke the permit.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think from my perspective, mainly, one, we always do respect the testimony of respondents that do show up, but also this being not the first, second, or third violation, but obviously a lapse in ability to maintain their permit.
As a procedural question, if you revoke a permit, do we issue a C&D as well?
Maybe a good question, instead of currently revoking, that we could seek legal advice from our attorney.
If that is the chair's pleasure, I will rescind my motion, or do we need to vote on it first and then rescind?
If you can rescind now.
Are you asking me about the C&D, or are you?
Yeah,
gonna-
what's the procedure for issuing a C&D?
So the procedure for issuing a C&D is the board doesn't retain jurisdiction over former licensees or non-licensees. So if they're operating in violation of the Practice Act without a license, then, and we have continuing proof of ongoing violation, then we could issue a cease and desist order, at the pleasure of the board chair. It would go up through advice and then I think up through the board chair to review, and then issue that if appropriate. I will tell you, outside of, the parameters of this hearing, I had many conversations with the respondent, and it was my understanding they were selling this company, and I have had no more conversations with them. And so I'm unsure if they are operating currently, to be honest.
That's helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm not sure they are operating. I don't know.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we take this up in executive session to seek legal counsel.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. We will take this up in our executive session later on today.
Thank you. I think that concludes ODC's presentations for you guys today.
Thank you so much. All right, so we are open, we're live, we're all good on that. Okay. We will take up new business, 18A, an overview of the NABP services and other NABP updates with Neil Watson from NABP himself. Welcome. The last time we saw you, it was, well, some of us saw you in Boston, but the last time here, it was on the screen. So we appreciate you being here today and traveling. Yeah, I know you're board hopping. All right, Neil, if you'll introduce yourself, and then I will let you take it away.
Great. Is this on?
It is, thank you. You just have to talk awkwardly close to it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Neil Watson. I'm the Member Relations Government Affairs Director with NABP. Been with NABP 23 years now, so have had a couple different levels and capacity. For today's purposes and a couple of the purposes that I'm here presenting, my prior role was in overseeing our licensure department. So we had a lot of interaction with obviously overseeing license transfer, disciplinary clearinghouse, a lot of data driven to the boards and everything. So just wanted to call that out. Definitely an expert, if you will, in that area. So really, really happy to be here and excited to see you all. Just like any other board meeting that I'm at several times a month, I do want to also call out on behalf of the NABP Executive Committee and all of our staff. Thank you for all you do to protect the public health. It's our joint mission as well, so we thank you all for that and appreciate your time. And just give me a Yes. So today I'm here obviously to speak about our exam eligibility services and the NABP Verified, as well as additional questions you may have on other programs too. So we can click to the next slide. I always like to start off first, if you aren't as familiar with NABP, or just a friendly reminder, NABP's mission is, and NABP in general, is the independent, international, and impartial association that assists its member boards in protecting the public health. So just so that we have that joint effort there, and we can go to the next slide. NABP, the board member overview, fairly simple. All of the jurisdictions within the United States, including Guam, DC, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands are our members. We also have associate members, which currently are the 10 provinces in Canada. So we do have a lot of different areas that help us out as well from our friends up to the north, right? Next slide, please. Just so you have an understanding, to the right there, active members have access particularly called out in NABP's Constitution and bylaws. So you have our electronic license transfer program. I always like to point that one out. That's what has started our association back in 1904 and is still operational today. And then as well as allows the membership to serve on standing committees, resolution committees, et cetera, as well as our bylaw and Constitution and bylaws too. So just to kind of give you a quick insight there on what membership includes too. Next slide, please. If you're ever wondering all the services and programs NABP offers to its membership on one screen, there it is. Just a few particular call-outs. Everyone commonly knows NABP for our examinations, right, for the NAPLEX, MPJE, now the UMPJE. Like I mentioned earlier, our licensure area covers that electronic license transfer department. The backbone of that ELTP program is the NABP Disciplinary Clearinghouse. As you can see on there, also comes into CP Monitor, et cetera, inspection and compliance services and training. And I always also like to call this out because NABP ultimately has what we call the NABP e-profile. And that is a unique profile that is actually issued to every single individual with a heartbeat, so pharmacist, technician, intern, as well as brick and mortar facilities from pharmacies, wholesalers, et cetera. Once they hit our system for any of these programs, it is then established, and all of these components that they fall in, whether it be an examination score, discipline or licensure information, all of those pillars are then added to that e-profile and then accessed for all of you or all the boards of pharmacy through our portal, our secure portal, as well as data exchange too, and I can get into that in a little bit too. So I was going to start off today around the exam eligibility service. Again, this is for the NAPLEX MPJE as well as now the UMPJE or the Uniform MPJE. There are kind of two thresholds here just to call out quickly. We have the service that NABP performs for all of you to deem folks eligible for those examinations. And then the second pillar is also a transcript service that we collect directly from academia or the schools of pharmacy, or if they have a third-party vendor, we receive those transcripts from them. And again, those are accessible to all the boards of pharmacy. Bold out, we get that directly from the schools or their third party. So it's not submitted by a student. Just so you know, we're not taking in information directly from a candidate or a student. It is coming directly from that issuing body. So around process, and it's always good first to kind of level set everyone. The process today, or at least for South Carolina right now, is you all or the board staff are controlling who sits and takes the exams, right? So they actually log into our NABP eProfile Connect portal securely. We queue it up for them, everyone that has applied for the NAPLEX MPJE, and then that lays out for them to go through each one of those and deem them eligible or deny them in some cases. What we're proposing here today is, or you can take advantages, NABP will then take over that portion of it and, in so many words, allow you all to worry about the licensure decision, and NABP will worry about the examination eligibility system or process. So what that looks like once it is, or if you all do choose to come this way, is everything is pretty normal except for the verification purposes, the actual eligibility, the ones that are confirming it are all done by NABP versus the staff logging in and doing that in as I mentioned earlier. So they still apply online. They still get verified through NABP, either through the transcripts or now the school roster. Some of you may have heard we went back to allowing those rosters to deem folks eligible. It has been a welcome, I heard, change back instead of waiting for the transcript. We do collect those transcripts at a later date, but we went back to the rosters to make sure that we don't have to wait for transcripts and get those folks into tests as soon as possible. So that's why we kind of reverted back to the rosters that come directly from the schools. So once NABP confirms that or denies, they can then go ahead and schedule their examination with that authorization to test, or ATT. A quick note about any type of denial: those decisions are not made just by NABP. We actually contact the board that they have selected, and we work with that board to determine if there is something. One of the benefits to this, and I kind of touch on it in a later slide, but I'll mention here, is NABP has the capability of also looking at that e-profile and identifying if they've had a license in any other jurisdiction as a technician or as an intern, and then they got disciplined. So that is part of our verification process, is also checking the e-profile, the NABP clearinghouse, and then being able to alert the state that there is an instance of maybe sometimes severe discipline that occurred or current probation in a different jurisdiction. So we take that information, don't take it lightly. We bring it to all of you to make that decision if they should go on and take the NAPLEX or MPJE. Next slide, please. So again, ultimately, the goal here is, again, looking at it to modernize the credentialing pipeline, as I'll call it, trying to reduce that administrative overhead or bottlenecks sometimes, to reduce manual processing for the board staff, and then and frees up, critical resources for other things like licensure decisions, to have you all continue to do that process. For the candidates' purpose, or even for new graduations, when is the busiest time of the year, right? It delivers that streamlined, user-friendly pathway. They don't sometimes read, believe it or not, so they don't know who is, deeming them eligible to take the NAPLEX. This gives them that kind of clear way to communicate with all of us instead of calling you, calling us, going back and forth. Maybe the school hasn't sent in a roster. So there's a lot of back and forth there that this eliminates for them. And then quick call out too is NABP has been processing the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have seen an uptick in those requests over the past few years here. NABP does process those now, but this is another pathway to clear that and then make it a little bit quicker so that we can accommodate any of their needs when we're in this type of request. And then ultimately for the jurisdiction, accelerates the pipeline, right? So we can get the qualified professionals into the workforce quicker. And that is, obviously the ultimate goal here. Slide, please. A little bit more on the eligibility process itself. Again, we currently process for 15 boards of pharmacy, including now 8 additional boards of pharmacy for the uniform MPJE. Candidates pay a non-refundable one-time 85 processing fee per jurisdiction. This does sound a little bit tricky, but it really isn't, in a sense that it covers for both exams, NAPLEX and MPJE or UMPJE, that fee, all the way up for a year period of time. So that includes any retakes. We do not recharge them due to failed attempts or anything along those lines as well. We can put in any unique rules if there is some instances where you may require, let's say, internship outside of the school setting, or additional hours there, or something else that we need to be aware of so that we can implement that in our screening process during the eligibility process. Mentioned this earlier about verifying state licenses or registrations and identifying any discipline or any other issues that we all need to be aware of before we allow them to take the NAPLEX or MPJE there. So a quick call out too, if you were to move forward with this, another way to accelerate the full circle, if you will, is through our workflow and direct integration with data exchange or API integrations. So now it eliminates the eligibility on the screen, but also allows our system to push their tests or examination results directly to your system, so they don't have to be rekeyed or re-entered into your own database too. So that is an option there if you were looking to try to close the entire circle, and we have a ton of boards that take advantage of that. It just depends on your resources on the tech side. So, but want to make sure you know it is available. And lastly on this too, as far as implementation process, I hate to say that anything's easy, but since we've done this 15 plus times over, we have kind of got this down to a science, if you will. We do recommend a 30-day to 60-day implementation time. This allows adjustments to your applications or communications, as well as NABP. Probably the most important side of this implementation process is allows NABP to test thoroughly our online applications and database. I love tech to death, but as everyone knows, when you implement something new, we do have to test it and go through all of those technology rules and quality assurance checks, right? And then lastly, too, the NABP will send out communication. It informs your neighboring or sibling boards, if you will, around your area, as well as the schools. We share that directly with the staff here, make sure that everything is in line for communication purposes, instructions, and everything else there. But so far, with the other 15 plus the 8 for UMPJE, it has definitely been a welcome resource, if you will, to this process. I know I talked really fast. I did not drink any energy drinks out of the, I promise. But I'll pause there if it's allowed to take questions on this process.
Thank you, Neil. I do have a question. There was a $85 fee per jurisdiction. So if it was applying to two jurisdictions that both use the UMPJE, would that be $85 or would that be $170?
So the nice thing about UMPJE is, right, is NABP is processing UMPJE eligibility across the board. There's no, since the exam and the results can be universally applied amongst many different jurisdictions, we have actually taken that process and are doing that for UMPJE. If you implement UMPJE, that fee is in the application fee for UMPJE. So it's included. So it's a one-time fee in the application fee. And then the second part is obviously the testing fee. So what we pay to our Pearson VUE, right, for the test seat itself. So that covers it. They don't have to pay again for NAPLEX. It's automatically lumped into that one-time $85 fee.
Thank you.
Neil, thank you for your time this morning. Do you have any other of those, I believe you said 15 boards that do the eligibility and data share process? Are any of them under an umbrella like LLR?
Yes, yeah, and several more are too that are looking to implement this. I think, you know, and again, being with NABP 23 years, I know all of the history, right, for a long time. And I think the issue is the kind of making sure that you have different pathways in your regulation, right? You're making licensing decisions. Sometimes states have intertwined a licensing decision with the examination decision in the same kind of boat or verbiage, if you will. So some states are looking to adjust that, and we all know to promulgate and make amendments, it varies across the country how quickly they can. But wanted to add that in there as well, just so that you're aware.
Specifically for the data sharing, have you found that to be, as an ABB, found that to be difficult in a board that's not, has its own ability, but they are under somebody else's data, like data and...
I think I understand what you're saying. It really comes down to what resources are available to every state. So some have homegrown systems, right? The state builds them, they operate them, manage them, and others have actual software vendors. And those software vendors might have the ability to quickly adopt and either integrate through the API, which is a little bit more technical, or other ways that we can do it through secure transfer protocol. It's called STP, and we're sharing files that way. And then their system is smart enough to read those files, upload it, so you don't have to have a staff member or part of the team actually sit there and rekey it into your software. So that's really where it differs greatly across the country. I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it does, and I may just be really bad at asking questions, but the main goal for that was our staff is so great, but I would love to free them up to do the non-resident things and the things that they're extremely good at and all this tedious stuff and be able to data share. But I think just from my knowledge, being under LLR and updates and things like that to systems may be a barrier. So I wanted to see if you had any experience with overcoming those barriers, and it sounds like the STP might be one of those ways that y'all have done it in the past.
Yeah, and it depends too on the systems level, but universally, and I'm not a tech guy, I know just enough to be dangerous, right? But to actually be fair, depending on the technology and the software, either the state or the umbrella agency is using, they might already have a door open there for an API integration. We do have more success usually with umbrellas because they also have a lot of other healthcare areas under them, so nursing, dental, et cetera, and they have established APIs with their national association as well, so they can still use that open window that was already built. And then other times, again, it takes a little bit more. Instead of utilizing like off-the-shelf product for your software, there's got to be customizations and adjustments there. So, yeah.
Sounds like it's overcomable then. Good.
I think to the tech world, it's easy. To me, I'm like, well, that sounds complicated, but it's really not. So, yeah.
And with those 8 boards for the UMPJE, did any of them start as MPJE and transfer over?
Majority of them were MPG, yes.
And that was pretty seamless, or?
Yeah, so
workable?
now, I mean, a quick update there is for the UMPJ, we had our initial 6 for the early adopters, right? And we had another launch here June 1st. So we're up to about, I think, 11. I'm sorry, I had a slide in my yesterday's presentation I can look at. It has been pretty seamless at this point. I think the great part about this is we've really collaborated with not just the boards, but with the schools. So we have established webinars, informational, gone through our content outline, in all of those pillars, or at least there are 4 pillars for the UMPJE, and making sure that they, completely understand what anyone taking the exam is going to be tested on. So, and then also obviously it was great to have the pre-exam up and running back in January, and you can have a good taste of what the real exam looks like, and then all prepared to.
In my administrator's report folder, there is a dean's memo that has a like a go live date, if you will, of additional states who are phasing out their MPJE and moving over to UMPJE. I did not call your attention to that yesterday. I was going to do that today whenever Neil is here. So there is a table and a Dear Dean's memo for some additional states and the dates for when they're transitioning over or phasing out.
Yeah, and I can pull it up if you all want, maybe after the and I can cover, okay.
I'm assuming for states who are allowing the early MPJE, this would also apply here as well.
Yeah, early MPJE is it has to be done through NABP in the schools. With the early MPJE, we work directly with the schools to provide us the roster. So when they're in transition between the P3, P4 years, the school tells us, right, and supplies that. We go ahead, and since it's no longer a pilot with North Dakota and Wisconsin, that's what started the early administration of the exams. Since we've now broadened it and any state can take advantage of it, it's now completely, well, almost completely, done through technology, right? So we can get the roster directly from the school, then go ahead and go to each one of those candidates or students, profile, e-profile, and then have them automatically eligible to apply for the MPJE or now the UMPJE, which will start actually in July of next month. So that's going to expand out greatly.
And for those of us who I still consider somewhat new to this board, can you compare and contrast what this process would do to change our current process for license, or somebody, I don't know who would be best to do that. It would probably be UKC to tell me what do we do now that this would be changing.
So the reason I asked Neil to speak to this process is because of the adoption of early MPJE, where we are more hands-off in making the eligibility decision. This process is more like the early MPJE. So what we would be moving to next month is where a portion of our potential licensees will be deemed eligible via one method, and everyone else will be deemed eligible via us. So what we currently do is whenever we receive an application, we go in and like make sure that they have the credentials necessary to have meet the requirements, graduate, your education's verified, et cetera. We don't get transcripts. We rely on those from NABP. Now schools are verifying education ahead of receiving transcripts because that can take a long time for the registrar to finalize them and then make them available, just from personal experience. So we go in and mark them eligible, and then they go and sit. So what this process would do is to put all of the potential licensees in the same eligibility deeming system. What it would not replace is the final licensure part. Also, from my understanding, the decision for, limiting the number of exam attempts, that would already be captured. That's going into effect now. For licensees, if you recall, after 3 attempts come before the board. So that wouldn't change either with this process. They would then come back to us for additional attempts request per your decision. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and they have like blocks in their system, state to state, based off of that to be able to say, okay, you've met your 3, now you're no longer eligible without.
That would be part of our rule set. So we kind of have like a questionnaire that Casey or team would put together for us. And then we would rely on our technology side during that process to flag anyone that's above that threshold, if you will, and then inform the applicant, okay, you have to go in for more remediation or whatever the case is with the board before we can deem you eligible again.
And I assume that that's similar to like the early MPJ when they can take it once in that year.
Yeah, early
then-
MPJ is a little bit earlier,
Yeah.
easier, I mean, because they're allowed one time, right? And that would ultimately, if you have an attempt limit here, I can't remember if you do, starting with, right, that then doesn't, meet that threshold as well.
And just for your awareness, if there was not the additional processing fee to the candidate, we likely would have already gone this route. But because of that additional fee, I need you to determine whether or not we do that.
Bon?
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. So the next programs that I'm here to discuss as well is NABP Verified, but I wanted to include something as well, which was called the Emergency Passport, that's still up and running too, and we'll jump right into it here. Ultimately, the Emergency Passport, and I was hoping that this would be the year I didn't have to mention the pandemic, but if you remember the pandemic days, NABP launched this Emergency Passport program so to support those states where their governors issued executive orders, which then took the requirements for practice without a full license and put that in place where they were needed. So ultimately, a lot of those executive orders had kind of 2 caveats. They must have been licensed and in good standing to practice within their jurisdiction, as well as the individual had no record of disciplinary actions on their professional license at any time. So those are 2 things that those states still would have had, that had the executive orders, would still have to verify. That means if you really wanted to do it, you'd have to go to every single state and do a verification process, and that was pretty cumbersome for any board staff at that time when we had a lot of other things to worry about. So NABP stood up the emergency passport again, relying on our backbone, not just the NABP profile, but the disciplinary clearinghouse, which tells us, again, where they are licensed, where they've taken an exam, where they have potentially have gotten a license, or where they've reciprocated or transferred their license, and was able to do that review very quickly on behalf of the state and issue somewhat of a credential. So then that state would at least know, one, who was coming into their state to practice, two, also that they were cleared through this process to do so, right? So we did the full verification and then was able to call out anyone that was a bad actor, if you will. And when I say bad actors, we'll click to the next slide, please. I wasn't kidding. 8% of the applicants were denied due to license sanction or past disciplinary action. And I'm not talking just reprimands, I'm talking other things that are more severe. So it was very important to kind of call this out. And you can see, third column over, 61,734 were processed through NABP amongst all of those. So pharmacist intern, technician, et cetera. So 8% of that 61,000 did have that prior actions. So why is Neil bringing this up? And after this part, we thought it would be important to also have a way to look at an option for states to utilize a similar program to license transferred, but somewhat dialed back for those purposes of practicing potentially remotely. And that's where we get, next slide please, the NABP verified program. So what is NABP verified? And I will read this verbatim, so excuse me, but Verify is an initial validation and continuous monitoring service, and it enables real-time ongoing evidence that a license remains active and in good standing. Particularly, I'm not picking on your neighbor to the north because I love them to death, but North Carolina is the state that's utilizing this. And they are utilizing it in a sense for remote practice purposes. So DURs, remote order processing, a couple other things like as far as consulting or patient care outside of the state. So anyone that does want to provide those services in North Carolina are required to get the NABP verified credential. Stepping back, what does eligibility look like for NABP verified? And to obtain that credential, pharmacists obviously must be licensed in the U.S. by a board of pharmacy. They are certainly eligible to apply. A state-specific credential will be issued to the applicant again, who holds at least one active license without any conditions, and they are also in good standing. So once initially verified, the licensees are subject to also ongoing monitoring. So our system, again, utilizing the e-profile, the discipline, is continuously making sure that this individual doesn't have a license that goes inactive or gets disciplined, et cetera, right? The list goes on, and monitoring that. There is obviously a program fee, $65 annually. That covers all the participating states that they choose, so we do not continue to add up that fee if they need to have additional states that utilize this. And then the applicants with the following are not eligible to receive an NABP verified include any active license that has a suspension or a sanction, again, probation, suspension, revocation, or an expired inactive license or one that is in non-renewal status as well. Mentioning North Carolina again, since they are the state that's utilizing this the most, we currently have 7,500 in the process right now. I bold that out because they are so close to you all. So if you were to implement this program, a lot of those are going to already have an NABP credential, so they don't have to continue to go through a process like this. We do work very closely with a lot of the industry folks that do have that remote practice into into North Carolina. And they have been very cooperative to working and making sure that all of their folks that are providing services into North Carolina are getting this credential in a timely manner and maintaining it. Go to the next slide. I've kind of already explained this, sorry. So NABP verified the member board requirements. There was obviously a significant reduction in administrative burden for board staff to verify the out-of-state pharmacists. That's kind of repetitive. I've been saying that a lot with the NABP e-profile system. But again, it is a new tool for that interstate practice or those models to ensure that pharmacists are in good standing without the need to require full licensure. So I'll say that again. If they are practicing in a remote manner and providing services to patients here in South Carolina, but they are not physically working or in the state providing services to a patient, that's where Verify kicks in. So instead of requiring them to have a full license, this is kind of a way to have a light version of a full license, but also at the same time, make sure that we continue to monitor and provide any updates to the Board of Pharmacy. So that's, in a sense, how it works directly. And last bullet there too, that enables the insight, again, on individual accountability. So this really allows them or you all to make them have some skin on the game. It is a credential and it is being monitored. And if anything happens to, let's say, their home state credential, then we move on to removing this credential and them no longer having that capability to do those services here, which I'll get to here in a second. Next slide, please. So as NABP has worked with you all these years, it is a trusted source for the license verification and monitoring. It does enable interstate practice opportunities for pharmacists. This is where I'll pause and call out our electronic license transfer program. We have seen for at least the last 5 years an increase in reciprocating in those applications to license transfer. We had a record year last year with that. And this doesn't mean that they're necessarily moving. It's kind of points to the direction their employer is requiring them to have multiple licenses. There is a huge increase in different areas of practice, right? So you have, central fills or other remote practices that are all on the uprise too. So that's kind of where this kicked in. North Carolina identified that quickly and was able to do this at a low cost and easy managed credential program. There we go. As mentioned, we do actually issue them a verified digital badge. Not only is that part of their profile, but again, access directly with the boards of pharmacy on our eProfile Connect system, or again, through integration purposes. We do send any and all verified holders directly to North Carolina through Data Exchange. So their system can identify if, one, they continue being monitored and they're renewed with the verified digital badge, and then also if they fall out of any status. So if they do get disciplined by a jurisdiction, we can make that decision with North Carolina to pull their actual digital badge and then have them discontinue the program. Go one back, please. There you go. So that does bring up a good point. The removal of the NABP verified credential, a state, so right now North Carolina can direct NABP at any time to remove a credential from active status if the state, or status in the state if the credential holder fails to comply with the state federal rules or anything else that applies to them when they are providing those remote services to your patients here. So it enables that individual pharmacist accountability again. It also has that partnership with our membership. If there is discipline, we work directly with you all, or if there are issues, again, we work with you to remove the individual's actual credential and then pause that until it's either remedied or if there is other things that can occur to bring them back up into status. As far as participation, it's pretty easy. You can just email me. And then we can also work with Casey and her staff and everyone else to look at any suggested language that you may choose to use, either on your websites, communication, as well as if you are looking for model language. If you do have a statutory or regulatory need to change, we certainly have model language that was used in North Carolina, and then also through our Model Act on NABP's website. That's it. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
When you were talking about like the states could give you criteria that they would remove the credentialing on their e-profile, do you also notify the states if, say, they're in multiple different state licensures, if there's discipline somewhere else and it's removed?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I probably wasn't clear on that, though. So if we get notified, let's say by a different jurisdiction, that they just got suspended, we'll actually contact North Carolina and say, here's the case, this is the discipline we got. We are recommending potentially removing, but we want the state to clear that first. And then they look at, obviously, at the board orders and everything else and make sure that that's the correct decision. And any state could ultimately do that that's participating in this to make that decision together.
Fresh our memories, how many states are using E-Verify?
North Carolina, oh, e-profile or verified? Oh, just one from North Carolina so far. They were kind of the groundbreaker, if you will, of this new program.
And you said they were primarily utilizing it for like remote order processing.
Yeah. So anytime that there is a remote practice happening inside of North Carolina, they require this.
So ultimately, just for clarification, like practice is in the state, person is somewhere else.
Correct, yeah. So if they're providing services within North Carolina, but located outside of North Carolina, yes. But, and again, too, I can't be clear if there is any, time that pharmacist is practicing within North Carolina, it goes to full licensure then. So, yeah.
Mr. Neal, are you able to say, are there any other states who are looking at using that or like are working with you guys to develop a plan to implement that besides?
Yes, and it's somewhat, again, full disclosure, slow going because a lot of the states that we're working with have greater statutory issues, or not issues, but need to make adjustments. So then that takes time, a lot of time in some cases, right? So that's why we haven't had like a full, implementation of a bunch of states here yet.
So even if a state doesn't use it, and any applicant can, I'm assuming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's open. Again, I think right now, when you apply to this online, it only shows North Carolina, right? But they can say, well, it might happen, and I might start providing that and certainly get it, even if they don't have intentions. But yes.
Outside of that, does it provide an opportunity to verify under certain circumstances? I can't even think of all of them in my head right now, but like military that are coming into the state.
Yeah, so so what we're doing for military is actually the passport that I mentioned too. We are actually we're in the process of combining them, but if you were to go today, it would look under the passport, which is then, again, the next kind of step next to the Verified program itself. But it's also free to military as well and spouses. So there is those instances that we get that as well.
My question, they kind of seemed like they were similar functions, just this one's more fleshed out. So the intention is for the emergency passport to kind of get in.
Yeah, and at that point, we're just calling a passport for the military folks at least too, unless, God forbid, something else happens and there is an emergency situation where we need to implement the full emergency side of the passport program.
If I understand you correctly, if I were to be licensed in 5 or 6 states, never planning on going back to one of them, and it lapses, but it's in good standing, there's no disciplinary action, would that affect And I guess it would affect if that state does participate and verify, it would affect that badge.
As long as one of those 5 are active and in good standing, that's what it's based off of. So if you do let your, original license by examination lapse, it doesn't necessarily affect this as long as you have one of the other ones that are active good. None of them have discipline, of course.
Got it.
Other questions? Did that get through all your content? You got everything covered?
Amazingly, it did, but I
was
think
great.
also if there are any other questions or concerns.
Sure.
Previous board meeting, there was a request to learn more about how other states were using the state module part, if they were using a state module for UMPJE. And so I'd asked Neil if he could just briefly kind of talk about sort of how that's been implemented to date. And he said that he would if there was still interest.
Okay. I see
So-
some head nods.
Around the UMPJE and implementation, some of those states have elected to have what we call a plus module. And with that plus module, it's really a way for the state to call out specific laws within their jurisdiction that they want to bold, right? They want to make sure, or it might be unique enough that it doesn't apply universally across a bunch of the other states, and they're unique in that aspect. So some of those states, such as like Ohio has created a video that calls out and kind of goes through each one of those state laws that they want to bold out, and then a short questionnaire at the end of that video. And it is available like 24/7. So at any time I can go to the Ohio's website, pull that up, sit through the video, and then enter in the questionnaire to make sure, obviously, that I'm and got the information in my system, right? The other states have also then had, some of them did attestations, and then that acknowledge that they do completely understand those states' laws and rules. And then some of them have like a short questionnaire on their website as well. And then others have directly worked with NABP to explore options and are still considering which way they want to go. Is it somewhat of like a CE, which I would kind of put that in the Ohio realm, where they watch a demonstration or a video and then complete a questionnaire. And then some of them are just looking for an additional way besides just an attestation, but maybe a 1-page, 2-page document that they have to read, understand, and click off that they have done both of those, right? So that's what we're seeing in some of the jurisdictions. I think, full disclosure, the majority, though, have just went with the UMPJ, and they're not, right? I can't stress this enough to everyone. The purpose of UMPJ, besides to have a universal exam that can be then applied in several jurisdictions by taking it at one time, is also the portability. You heard me mention in a few slides back in my presentation about the uptick in license transfer requests. So portability is definitely on the uprise, and we don't see that slowing down anytime soon. So if you do a plus module, my recommendation, again, this is me speaking, is to have something that is readily accessible, doesn't take a ton of time, and is readily available at all times if you can. The other portion of that, like I said, NABP is available. We do have a professional affairs team within NABP that does CE. That's all they do, right? So we can assist if it's something like a production or a video, or if it's something along the lines of a questionnaire or something like that. If you tell us what you want to bold out in your laws, we can certainly produce something. But ultimately, it would be housed on your system if it's through your application process or on your website directly. So that's kind of what.
You had mentioned Ohio, so I just have a question. If you look statistically, test results on the original Ohio exam, MPJE versus the U, is there any difference there? Do we have a higher pass rate, a lower pass rate?
Well,
What does that look like?
So for the UMPG specifically, and I literally just got this information yesterday, we've had just about 1,000 that have taken it, 1,000 candidates that have taken it since April 1st, the early adopter states. We are seeing just below an 85% pass rate, which we think is phenomenal. If it was 100%, we'd have something to worry about. But again, and then the retakes, so the second attempts are 100% passage. So it's been very good on those thresholds. I believe, and I don't have the data specifically for Ohio's MPJE, but if my memory serves me correctly, they have always had a high percentage passing rate in Ohio for MPJE. Or higher, I'll say, but I don't have the exact data in front of me. I apologize.
So for the option of UMPJE plus modules, a concern that I have had with that, especially states like Ohio where it might be a module or a CE that then has a questionnaire, that suddenly that questionnaire becomes high stakes, right? So if you was standing between you and licensure. I feel very comfortable with NAPLEX and MPJE and UMPJE being high stakes because it's run by y'all, it has high security, there's a psychometrician looking at answers and stuff, whereas, you know, a 5 to 10 questionnaire doesn't have that same kind of validity and reliability that a big exam would have. This is not for you to answer now, but I think that would be a data point that I would want to consider if and where our conversations go with this, because we do have like our reciprocity piece that we currently do, which would probably lend us to, like, let's just shift that to a CE and with a 5-question assessment, and suddenly someone gets 2 out of 5 and does a pass it. So I think that information around that, as more and more people are taking it in Ohio and other places, and maybe what NABP's support and role in that and advice in that, I think that would be a piece that we need here in South Carolina. Any other questions for Neil? Go ahead.
I don't think it's really a question, but it's just kind of, that's a concern that I share as well, especially as you mentioned that like license transfer requests for between states is increasing so much. I mean, the last thing that we would want would be somebody to come here, practice, and not be familiar with our state-specific laws. And how do you achieve that? And again, this was probably very naive of me, but when you were saying module the first time that this was introduced way back, I was thinking like, okay, you're sitting the UMPJE, you take the test, and then there is a South Carolina specific portion at the end of it that's like more questions, but still the same examination. Is that something that was ever considered? Is that a possibility, or is that?
We did look at that, but the problem is then it would have to be, the test would have to be determined what state you're kind of going into then. So it becomes less universal and now more state specific. Plus, and again, the people are way smarter than me, AKA the psychometricians, to weigh those universal questions against the state. It would be not problematic, but it would be definitely challenging to do without having the exam go to 1,000+ questions, right? So that's what we're looking at. But the content too, of the UMPG and the content outline in those questions, again, we had the subject matter experts. And I know we presented this to you guys a couple months back, but I can't bold that enough. It is definitely a law that can apply universally across the jurisdictions. I know all of the jurisdictions are unique and have unique laws, but we spent a lot of time, well, not me, but the subject matter experts and item writers from across the country spent a lot of time writing these items so that it can be applied. And I can't stress enough too, Casey or any of those that she designates also has access to review those questions, just like you do now today for your MPJE. So you can certainly review that as long as there's obviously no conflicts or you're not teaching a prep course, but you can certainly have access to that based off the designation there. Sorry, I know that was a long-winded.
Oh, honestly, it's really helpful because that was another question that I had was, I mean, every state is so unique that it's like a question could be worded in a specific way, and in one state have one answer and in another state have another answer. And how do you know that a universal test is applicable to all state laws in your specific state? So
It's not, and I don't mean to continue going on and on here, but it is nice that our technology, as far as examinations and monitoring the items, have advanced tenfold over these past 5 years and what's done at the test center and then alerting us. So the technology now allows us, and we get reports, not me, but the exam services department gets reports on every single item that's being tested. So if we see a sudden shot down on pass rate of that certain item, it calls us out. It calls it out to us or NEBP exam services, and it actually says you need to review this, and it can quarantine it pretty quickly. And that's even applied for those folks staying with the state-specific MPJE, so that it continues to alert us, and then we can queue it up for review by the board. So that has been an incredible help to make sure that we're monitoring our items accurately and in a timely fashion.
Any other questions or discussion? All right. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate seeing you.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate you.
I apologize for not speaking up sooner, but I have a question just because I'm kind of like new to, the testing and all that kind of stuff that you guys are talking about. But when you mentioned that some of the questions can be reviewed, out of curiosity, since we are so heavily concentrating on the compounding side of it, for like state-specific stuff, is that something, Dr. Shealy or Mr. Neal, that is something that could like be reiterated? And I don't know if it is possible from a legal standpoint for like the sake of education to make sure that like up-and-coming pharmacists are going to be familiar with compounding regulation, rules, processes, and stuff. Is that something that's focused on those kind of things? Or
Will you say the first part of your question? I was not listening fully because I thought it was only directed to Neil. My apologies.
that some of those questions can like be reviewed, as long as there's no conflict of interest and all that kind of stuff. But for, looking to the future with the standard of care model that we're trying to implement, are some of the questions in those tests like related to compounding, like specific in a way? Or are they just like law subject matter? Because I'm not familiar with like.
Never had to take the
I've
MPJE.
never.
And correct me if I am not hearing what you're asking appropriately. I hear you, what I believe I hear you asking is really the questions that are on the state-specific exam now, items that might be newer, like whenever the compounding stuff comes out. Are the current questions reviewed, and is there a process in which they are reviewed to make sure that they are still accurate, current, and do we let potential licensees know about that? Is that what you're asking?
A much more polished way of it, yes.
Okay. So we do participate in the state-specific MPJE development with item writing that happens in the spring, as well as a review that happens in the fall. Each state board, you can participate remotely. You can send 2 people to each of those. Also, our colleagues in DPH participate as well because controlled substances are their direct purview, and that's a part of the state exam too. So those are 2 opportunities where we put in new questions in the spring that go through a vetting process before they get on any exams. My understanding is it likely takes about a year or so before a question might get on an exam, and the first time or 2 on an exam, it's to validate the question. It is not to, it's not used to count in your pass or fail. It
Okay.
is, so each of the exams have a number of questions that are test questions to validate them. For all of the they've talked about psychometrics. There's a lot of analysis on that. So they're tested, they're validated before they get put into the pool of the actual test questions, if you will. Anytime that we have major changes in our law or regulation, we are to report those to NABP so that they can flag questions so that they aren't muddying water while you are, as best as possible. So we have, submitted, like, compounding was taken out of statute, promulgating regulations. If,
Oh, you're right. I mean, we take whatever you advise us and somewhat quarantine that until it's updated in your regs or the statutory, or if that needs to be adjusted or reworded in a particular way that it now applies, that's exactly what happens. And then it will go through the next cycle of the item development / then review after that. And then weighted. That's the most exciting part, is when the psychometrician has to weigh each one of the items. So, yeah.
to the question of, do we educate potential licensees on those topics? I personally have not submitted any communication to our website or out to the masses of, this will not be on the law exam, because I can't say that.
And that part of my question was just more for, like, just to make sure that, like, in their curriculum as students, not like necessarily like the board, because I know, like, we don't do all of the education prior to licensure. That is something that's done at a school or.
We do, each of the schools has us come in to their respective law classes for a variety of different reasons, and it's a different process at each school, kind of how they run that. But
No, that answers my
answered?
question. No, that's fine. It's just because like I said, I'm not as familiar with that process as, like, my fellow board members, being pharmacists and stuff. As a technician, I had to do a lot of catching up to understand what all these acronyms mean.
Fair enough.
Neil, 3 rapid-fire questions.
Oh, boy.
How many?
Ready.
You ready? How many questions are on the universal test?
The universal, it's the same. So it's technically, of course, you call me out and I'm stumbling, but it's 200 and X amount are actually pre-test items. So it doesn't affect the actual physical score. It's just a pre-test item to continue to, like was mentioned, to weigh those test questions eventually. So yeah, 200. So exactly the same amount of time, length, and an amount of questions as the MPJE is now.
One question.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
I'm assuming similarly to the way the tests are administered now, the question pool changes from applicant to applicant. So you could have 2 people technically sitting beside each other taking totally different tests, same content.
Yeah, and that's what, again, those folks that are smarter than me, they're called forms. So each one of those exams are different based on forms that has that pool of questions in each one of those forms, so that they don't, again, even if they failed, they don't get the same form when they retake the exam. So yes. Afraid to go. I'm on it. I love talking to you guys. So
Anything else from board members? All right. Well, thank you so much for all the information you provided today, and definitely safe travels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the rest of the board. I appreciate you all having me today.
Thanks, Neil.
You. I am going to consult with Dr. Shealy about where we should go next on the agenda.
I believe Dr. Payne with RPP is here. In the event there are more questions related to items that were discussed yesterday, specifically the medication-assisted treatment guidance requested by RPP, if that's a desire.
Yeah, that suits me. And that will be in closed session, so I'll entertain a motion to go into closed.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? live. All right, let's take up new business 18B, delegate authority to approve consent agreements. Carolyn or Casey?
So I don't have Casey Smith here, but one of the issues that we had discussed prior to this agenda was the number of consent agreements that appear on the agenda that are basically part of the resolution guidelines, and by and large are cases that can be resolved very quickly. What's happening, what could happen is that consent agreements can be delegated to the chair or vice chair with you, and there's a number of ways to do it, but a lot of boards do that so that the consent agreements have an ability to move through the process rather than wait for the next board meeting, get noticed, and then have all of the legal hurdles that are procedural, because they've already agreed to the outcome. It's really a matter of the board's approval, and the board is, all of the consent agreements, as far as I'm aware, are already those issues that have gone through the resolution guidelines. If a chair decides, or the vice chair, some use vice chair, decides that they don't feel comfortable, then it comes to the full board for consideration.
I was looking over this, and one of my biggest concerns with that is that even if they are just somewhat procedural, it keeps us informed with what's going on out in the practice and with our licensees. And the minute that we don't see them as a whole board anymore, that information is lost on us in the sense of keeping a finger on the pulse of pharmacy in our state. And I do think it's very important that even if they are procedural and we already know what the outcome is to a certain degree, like that they still come before us so that we know what's going on.
So we could prepare like all of the consent agreements that happened between that time so that you can see all of the agreements that were signed, because they are public, and they can be part of your packet.
But at that point, they would have already been handled as well, right?
They would have already been handled.
I also have a little bit of concern with delegating consent agreements, kind of because I already feel like this board sometimes delegates a lot of stuff that we don't even see. And so like from the public looking in, it's like, I can't believe this board decided to do this with my case. And I'm going, well, I never saw that. Well, then how is that fair? Then y'all are elected. How is that super fair that you're going, well, you didn't even ever see that? At least the consent agreements went through the process that we've already delegated to the IRC, and we've appointed those people, and then we touch it and feel it for the last time. That's my opinion. I don't really like the idea of delegating consent agreements.
Neither. I think it builds, I think the idea that they do come before us builds that public trust that we are taking all of these matters seriously, even if they are somewhat procedural, and process matters, that it didn't just like go through the
Due process has already occurred, like, because
well, I guess evaluation by your peers within like the Board of Pharmacy that
yes, except they've signed the consent agreement and agreed to the terms already.
but
So
we hadn't.
There's been, historically, there's been several we send back and don't accept. So, I mean, there's also like precedents, I believe, that that's not an appropriate move right now. But, I mean, we can take it up as we can vote on it as a board, but that's my personal opinion. I think there's value to seeing those, and quite frankly, it's, it takes 20 minutes or.
It's part of our jobs, like that we stay up to date with what's going on.
Do we need a motion?
Only if you want to do something.
Currently, the way we don't need a motion to just stay with what we're currently doing, so.
I will move on to 18C, board election for chair and vice chair for 26-27 board year.
This is the meeting where typically the next board year's chair and vice chair are elected.
We can start the discussion, but I feel like every year I've been on here that's been very procedural as to like how it moves up kind of in seniority. I will say I do believe this was an abnormal year, and Mary Douglas was wonderful and had to take on that role a whole year earlier. My suggestion, don't kill me, would be to ask Mary Douglas if she would serve in the role again, and that would put us back on track. Schuler, I have all the trust in the world in you, and so it's not a shot at you, but I do know that you just took a position with NABP or an office with NABP. But if you were willing to serve, I think it would be advantageous for this board for you to serve again this year.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
will second that.
Make it an official
You-
motion
You
to,
were asking, so.
Yes, I would be willing to serve another term. You're welcome.
and if it is the board's pleasure, I'd like to make a motion to keep Mary Douglas as our chair and Schuler as our vice chair.
Okay, we have a motion on the table for chair and vice chair nominees. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? And the motion carries. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
All right. Next up, we have 18D, approval of future board meeting dates. Do I have that sheet with me?
I have it in your board book. There is new business. You should see, I added it this morning, so hopefully it is there. 18D, there is a PDF that says board availability, July, August final. After compiling the availability given yesterday, thank you very much, the highlighted yellow.
Wait, hold please. All right, so in our board
18D.
book, we need to look, refresh, go down to 18, new business, D, board availability.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll give everybody a second to get there.
I thought your system might go quicker than mine.
Probably all just needed a refresh. All right, so there is a spreadsheet that says collated, and we see yellow highlight on there.
Yes. So the yellow highlights are the availability where there is a quorum of board members, and quorum is majority, 2/3. So this is reflecting of 7 based on what I captured last night and put together.
Okay.
I did not select like 2-hour time periods, 1-hour time periods. I wanted that to be whatever y'all decided.
So the intent with these would be like the meetings we had between March and June to finish drafting compounding regulation. I will note that as this is starting in July, this does account for our newest board member who would be there, as well as our excused board member today. So just so that you know, this does capture all the availability.
Also, we'll recognize that there were some dates where there was not a single date where all board members were available.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so if you see one of these times that you put that you are not available, it's nothing personal. It's just that's how it laid out. All right, so I'm not making a motion. I'm just making a proposal that we continue with 2-hour meeting blocks. I would recommend up to 5.
Excuse me. Ooh, Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we would give Dr. Shealy permission to schedule a meeting on 7/21, 7/27, 7/28, 8/4, 8/6, 8/7, and 8/18. Preferably 5 meetings. If we meet that and we need more, then I would, and part of the motion is to make all those dates available. In 2 hours.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. And these will be via WebEx and invitations sent to us.
Is this specifically for like continued conversation stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
This isn't collaborative practice.
Well,
Could be anything, really.
Because that was like a small group.
yeah, I think, go ahead, Dr. Shealy. Was it,
So this is for full board meetings, called meetings, which likely would need to include compounding at each of them, just as we had happen over the 6 that we had between March and June. There may be some additional topics that come up on like during that time period where it's advantageous for us to go ahead and put it on the agenda with the chair's approval so that we can take care of it before September. The the small group for CPA, I now have your availability, and so we'll take into account that, and I will send out other separate communication to that group because I'm also waiting. Our hope internally is that the members from Board of Pharmacy and members from Board of Medical Examiners, that we will be able to find common times. So I will not poll you again for availability unless I get availability from medical examiners that doesn't match anything. If
yep.
that
thank you.
helps with clarity, just so that I'm not bombarding you. I do that enough to everyone already.
Have you had
So
any communication with them up to this point?
I have had internally, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Do we have any idea how many meetings we're looking at for that, just out of curiosity? We don't know yet.
I think it depends, so not to use that. I think if I am being maybe naively hopeful that it could be knocked out pretty quick, considering that collaborative practice is not a novel idea or novel practice, even in our state. I am hopeful that it would not take many.
Schuler and Larry, when you did your immunization protocol updates, how long was that meeting? Like a 1-2 hour meeting?
Yes. But we also had a framework already built,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
so,
Which we might do.
yeah, we were prepared, and it was just updates.
We would start with something.
Yeah. I have full faith you would.
All right. 18E, board travel. Sorry, did you get everything you need for scheduling?
Yes, I was just going to add that I did get, since we are on CPA, collaborative practice, I did get the working draft from SCPHA as requested, and so I'll distribute that to the group.
Okay, thank you. All right, so,
There's a subgroup like this, going to be working on that. Yeah, I know, but I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's me and you, right?
Yes,
And
and
who-
Mary Douglas.
Okay, perfect, okay.
And also Tim.
Yes.
Yes, and Tim.
Okay. I guess the question would be is when does that kind of process start? I know it's
So I have your availability. Board of Medical Examiners has 3 appointees, if you will. They are gathering availability for July and August. Internally, we're going to compare availability, and then I'm going to communicate out.
I know we had a short timeline for this.
There is no timeline for this. The short timeline was for the test and treat for CLIA wave test that did not
So now
go
it's just we have to
through.
make the,
Correct. The timeline that we would have would be the timeline for publishing a draft note, like a notice of drafting, the regulations themselves being put in the state register. If we want them to be in front of the legislature at the start of the session for the most likely scenario for them to be taken up in the next session, then we would have to have them published in the state register by October. So similar to our compounding regulations. Correct, correct.
90 days still or whatever.
That was the CLIA wave test, and that part was not, did not make it to the finish line.
All good? All good. All right, so next up is receiving support to the NABP annual meeting, provided this report. So it was a record number of attendees. It was well over 500, which is pretty impressive. I have included my notes here. I just realized it's 94 pages, but that's only because I included the slide decks. Just for reference. I'm really sorry that I gave you such a big document. That's awful. All right, so a couple things I did want to touch on. So you'll see one of the presentations was called The Increasing Complexity of the Supply Chain, Shining a Light on Alternative Funding Programs and Prescription Drug Facilitators. So I went to the session having no idea what most of those words even meant. But our friend Todd Deere from Mississippi was one of the presenters on this, and it really opened my eyes to a situation that is definitely most likely happening in our own state. So what happened, Todd is the executive director or assistant executive director of the Board of Pharmacy in Mississippi. They received a patient complaint from a parent that said that their insurance was requiring them to utilize an international pharmacy, and the medication came to her child that said should not be exported from Canada. And it was in her house in Mississippi. And she was very concerned at what this meant. And there were a couple other complaints similar that came through his office. And what it was is that these self-insured programs were requiring their participants to utilize out-of-country sourcing for their medications. It often was happening in very small municipality type things, like a small town fire department. So that small town fire department's insurance was requiring this. He did not make many friends in the industry trying to bring up this issue and to ask more questions, and he kind of detailed his journey through that. They did have to involve the Attorney General, the Board of Medicine, the Department of Insurance, the FDA, Homeland Security. And so the term alternative funding programs, I think, is one that we need to begin putting on our radar and understanding more about this process and what it means for the participants in our state. I am fearful that if we rely only on complaints for this to be brought to our attention, we may not ever see one, because a person who is licensed through, who is getting their insurance through this, they may not want to file a complaint for fear that their insurance is going to be canceled, right? So if you have a sick child, you are not in a position to have your insurance canceled, and so you don't want to file a complaint. So I just would like for us to look for that term, alternative funding programs, and kind of these importation schemes, and be aware of these. Go ahead.
I was going to add just my little
I would love
knowledge
your knowledge in
from
this.
the Department of Insurance.
Please.
Sounds like these are probably ERISA plans. They call them ERISA plans, ERISA. It's an acronym. And they're like the self-funded plans that I didn't know much about until I got over there, and then realized that there's a lot of different rulings nationwide as to who has the authority over them. And I believe the Supreme Court held up that states do not have the authority, like the Department of Insurance did not have authority over ERISA plans because they're self-funded. And my guess is it's those plans that are the problem. And we probably should let the Department of Insurance know
Okay.
and be aware, just to be on the lookout for that.
That's very helpful. Yeah. And that is a good point. I don't fully know and understand what our role would exactly be, but I don't think we can be naive to it in identifying our partner, like Department of Insurance.
A little AI, just real quick, it looks like that's who it would be.
Okay.
Microphone.
A lot of very large corporations are moving to self-funding as it's not just small businesses. UPS just moved to this.
All right. Good. Thank y'all for that extra information. Yes. Dr.
Before
Schuler.
moving away from that topic, just to put on your radar, at one of these future called meetings, I may bring this topic back up as we have a request from another state board to gather information on what our board is doing or is aware of, et cetera. It just didn't come in time for this meeting. So it is a topic that will likely be on future agendas.
Dr. Gillespie's point, can we go ahead and let the Department of Insurance know?
I can do that.
Just so that we're doing something.
Okay.
I
Thank
don't
you.
like discussion and great stuff, and we know what's going on, and we're not doing anything about it, even if it's coming on an agenda in the future, taking the first step.
So I don't know, or I'm not suggesting that it is currently here, that we have cases. It's another state board is asking for more information.
Understood.
So we can let the Department of Insurance know that, and we can collaborate on the questionnaire.
Another session was, of course, about the new regulatory path for enforcing GLP compounding safety and protecting public health. I did include a very lovely Venn diagram on here that I just appreciated of the intersection of compliance and science. So wanted to share that with y'all as well. Another session was confronting current controlled substance diversion issues, how drugs are lost in transit, and strategies to mitigate this risk. Again, a session I walked in having no idea what this was going to be about, but it was kind of a lot of pieces of it. There were several speakers from different parts of the supply chain, but thinking about some of the points that stuck with me is that last mile driver coming to your pharmacy and delivering the meds and the totes. And just the security risks that are in that. I mean, we have so many obligations to make our pharmacy secure, that it's, the doors and the locks and the security system and the responses and all of that. And then all of a sudden you see unsecure, old-timey minivan show up with all your drugs in it, that could be risk for security breaches there. And so NABP does have a task force on this, and I included their report. There was, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, do you remember, because I'm going through my notes as well, where did Pulse play into the importation issues and the real time? Because they did have an update. That was Al Carter's, the executive secretary's presentation on the updates to Pulse, which is real time scanning of the 2D code. Sorry if you're good. Are you getting to that?
No, I'm glad you brought that up. So I think with supply chain theft or diversion, there's a couple things. So like we would obviously worry that a tote is grabbed out of a van and now there's controlled substances that have been diverted. That would be one thing. Another thing would be that those totes are intercepted and traded out for counterfeit medications. That is the role of Pulse, that is sponsored by or managed by NABP. So that's product verification. And like Schuler was saying, what they demonstrated live is a very intuitive, here's my box of Biktarvy, I scan it with Pulse, and it is, my QR code, and I am able to live authenticate that this is what it says it is, and that chain of custody has existed for this bottle, which we have not been able yet to see that following of a product. So that was definitely very impressive and a big step for counterfeit medication. Thank you for that. There was a poster session, which was always interesting. The poster session, part of it was about, I've got one handout here about inspection frequency. That one just kind of interests me. There was one state that has inspections every 3 months, and then you see some that are much longer, every 4 years, or not detailed. Not surprisingly, that one that's every 3 months is a self-inspection. So that does make a little more sense. But also, there's just a lot of paperwork there. And also, just kind of the volume of some states, their group of inspectors could be 20 or 30 inspectors. There were some states that had well over 60 inspectors. Now, of course, that probably includes their controlled substance inspectors. For us, we're kind of separate with Bureau of Drug Control. But I always just find it interesting to compare and contrast kind of models of staffing and be able to assure, where we lie in that. So I've linked those out. There was an election for several members of the executive committee of NABP. So this, as indicated, is a very high position within the organization. Schuler is our District 3 representative, which is a big, which is definitely worth noting. That office, he did have to run for twice. So it was very impressive. He, first couple of days, was out campaigning for that for sure.
Right, he, and then she, and I taught him a new term.
Very good, very good. So he did replace Tracy Collier, also from South Carolina. So it is really nice that that District 3 position has been held by South Carolina people. And your term is 3 years? 3 years. Wonderful. All right, so I put the Pulse announcements on there, as well as the NABP Leadership Awards. Other NABP business, of course, was the UMPJE launch, early administration of the jurisprudence exams, implementing solutions report. Several years ago, ASHP, APHA, and NABP sponsored a well-being summit, and this was 2.0, so I've included that report there. 11 boards of pharmacy have been recognized by the Dr. Lorna Breen Heroes Foundation. That is a foundation for healthcare professionals for well-being. It's worth looking into. And they did report they are increasing their partnership with FIP. That is the International Pharmacy Organization. A few more things I put about Brad Hamilton's comments, and then we got to have him here today. And Shane Wendell, who is the president-elect, he did report a continued decrease or increase in the decrease of graduates taking the NAPLEX. So there are more graduates of pharmacy schools not taking the NAPLEX, 8%. Part of that is they are entering into careers outside of pharmacy, and part of that is they are entering into jobs that do not require an active license, such as industry. 45 schools are using NAPLEX Advantage. And then there was a point in public comment I wanted to share that the state of Virginia had Collaborative Practice Act, and they did have to change that word from implement to prescribe in order to get DEA license for prescribing buprenorphine. So part of their Collaborative Practice Act wanted to have pharmacists prescribe buprenorphine. They were trying not to use the word prescribe in the Collaborative Practice Act, but then they did have to, because that word has to be used to obtain a DEA license. So as we're familiar, we use a lot of words, and we have to think carefully about our words, like purity.
The other word that I thought was interesting in that conversation, and maybe it was elsewhere, I think another association in another state directly to our north, in terms of a summit, assess and furnish is also a good potential use in terms of it has the implications of prescribing, but it's not but furnished does carry the same weight.
Furnished.
So just a thought.
Thank you. Other attendees of NABP? Any?
You recalled a lot more than I did based off of my activities. So nothing nefarious. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
that just sounded really weird.
You're. All right. Next up, E2, request for travel. Dr. Shealy?
Several meetings coming up in the fall that we have traditionally sent board members and board staff to. I am requesting consideration for at least one staff for District 3, and then 2 board members is usual agency policy for District 3. If you choose more, then we can get that approved. You just have to have it on the minutes. District 3 agenda is in your board book. Just to make note, it is in Asheville. We will host District 3 in 2028.
Madam Chair, I would actually make a motion to increase that to no more than 4 board members and up to 3 staff. I think being in North Carolina, District 3 and others that we will talk about in just a minute, Multagon, I can make it a motion for both, but up to 4 board members and 3 staff, mainly because of the proximity to South Carolina. But those 2 meetings are some of the best in terms of new board members, integration into NABP, and
Will any of the board members already be in attendance who would not be supported by the board?
yes. I will not be in the board capacity. I'll be in NABP capacity.
I just want to make sure that we don't have an inadvertent quorum, because if you have then 5 board members, you create an issue.
Huh.
I'll keep my motion the same.
I have a different staff request for Multagon, so I was doing
Oh.
District 3 separate.
My apologies. I strike my motion and make a new motion to only include District 3 for 4 total board members and 3 staff.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. If you have an interest in being one of those 4, or if you know that you are already going to be there, if you will please let Dr. Shealy know. Maybe not right at the second, but go ahead.
A question just from those who've already been to both District 3 and Multagon. If you had to pick one to go to as like a first one, which would you say would give you a better, like if I could only make one work?
First, look at the potential agendas. Second, because Multagon is not open to outside entities, it's only regulators and it's only execs and inspectors. That is extremely helpful because it's more informal, more discussion. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Shealy, Multagon, what was your request on there?
I respectfully request all pharmacist staff be able to attend Multagon, given the proximity in North Carolina and the benefit of being in a non-industry supported meeting. So 10 staff, advice council, and at least board members.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to that effect. So board members plus the availability of all pharmacists staffed, not staffed, to attend Multigon.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries.
Dr. Shealy, Madam Chair, if I may, Dr. Shealy, is 3 staff for NABP enough? In your,
Yes, I was trying to direct everyone to attend Multigon
Okay,
as
all right.
part of our use of board funds because it's a more meaningful meeting
Yes, ma'am.
for
Got it.
them.
All right.
Do we have anybody, look,
Oh, go ahead.
do we have anybody who wants to go to, we have how many can go, so is there anybody who like, is wanting to, go? I guess, should we do that here now, or?
I also took for granted in previous board travel things that the people going to those meetings understood the process. And so for those of you who I took that for granted, I apologize. I am doing better now. So for SCPHA, for instance, once I got the board travel approval back, I notified notified Jared what the approval was for so that he could plan accordingly. So that is kind of how I plan to operate moving forward because I did take for granted that everybody's done it before.
Yeah, so I think maybe if you've got an interest in any of these, even if it's like, I might be interested, but I'm not quite sure what the steps are, I think just go ahead and connect with Dr. Shealy so you can kind of look at everything holistically, and then if we, we can
Yeah,
move
so
forward.
just
with
for
that.
newer folks, I just don't know how it worked in the past, so I just don't want to be outside of the bounds and just be like, hey, I'll, like, take advantage if somebody else wants to go. So I went to NABP, that was great. If I wanted to go to Asheville, but someone else wanted to go, I would, not be like the hog of all the meetings, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
we did disclose that they are back to back. Okay.
And I think it's important for new members to go because it changes your perspective sitting on this board and recognizing there's a whole world, whole nation out there that's fighting challenges just like we are.
Thank you. All right, number 3, NABP Member Forum, 1 board member, 9:30 through 10:01 in Mount Prospect.
So the draft agenda for what is available for the NABP forum is there for you. NABP allows for 1 board member. There's also 1 spot for the exec. So I have already gotten approval from you guys for that. I just need the board member who you elect to attend that on your behalf.
Do they give guidance on what that one should be? New or chair or anything? Okay.
I think previous forums, if I recall looking at previous meetings, it has been chair or vice chair. But last year, there was a group, there was a 4-person forum. So there was a forum for vice, forum for exec, forum for board member, as well as a compliance person. So we sent one of our inspectors. But that doesn't happen every year. Every year, there's exec and 1 board member.
Wonderful.
I would make a motion that, since we've already approved Dr. Shealy, that we would, anybody interested and available for 1 board member to attend. Has that already been motioned? We already decided that?
You've already said you'd send someone. I need the person's name so I can submit it to NABP.
Okay.
And since it's 1 person, I think you should decide who you send.
Gotcha.
But I need to send that to them ASAP.
Anybody interested and available? Give me just a second to pull up my calendar. Correct. So this is 2 to 3 days after Multigon. I am available during that time period if there's a desire to send the chair.
Are you willing?
I'm willing. I'd be glad to.
94 pages. Specifically
94
with,
pages.
yeah, specifically with links and Venn diagrams.
Yes.
And in the event something comes up, I guess, just so that Dr. Shealy can go ahead and know, who would be, do we need an alternate if something does come up with work?
Sure.
The attendance form does not request an alternate,
Okay.
but I'm happy to have one in the event that something arises like it did, something arose last year. So,
All right. Next up, number 4, All Pharmacy Conference 10/2026 here in Columbia, South Carolina.
this is a meeting that is held 3 times a year. It's hosted at SCPHA, sponsored by a variety of different pharmacies / pharmacy interest groups. We've been attending as a board with board staff, and I think some board members have attended from like their employer standpoint. We didn't have a board representative at the May meeting due to conflicting schedules with all of our staff, didn't have anyone there, and it dawned on me that this likely is something that I should bring to you to, like House of Delegates, et cetera, to ensure that you want representation there. I just attend and assume that, but that you might want to be the representative rather than board staff, so.
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with that.
I had just been an individual member and was running into board staff there. But this is the first like 2 meetings. I'm happy to go on behalf of the board if that's y'all's pleasure.
100%.
Going to. I'm off that day.
Hang out.
I supply the report. We supply the report, have it uploaded. I would send it to you ahead of time so that you're aware of what
That
it
would be
has.
lovely.
It's the same information, similar information in a new format now per the meeting request, but as like the House of Delegate meetings and.
Okay. And then item 5, ASPL, American Society of Pharmacy Law Conference, 11/5 through 11/7 in Austin, Texas.
My request is for board exec and advice council.
And what kind of happens at this meeting?
This is from the American Society of Pharmacy Law, and it is a kind of joint, I say joint meeting. It's pharmacy law heavy, so there's a lot of PharmD JDs that present, that attend. Advice councils from other state boards of pharmacy are there, as well as counsel from industry and pharmacists. A lot of faculty who teach pharmacy law attend. It's just a different, it's not a clinical meeting, but it's more of like there's a case presentation of like, here are the cases that have come through the Supreme Court that are pharmacy related, that sort of thing. And there's a lot of discussion about that. So it's more pharmacy law heavy. It's not clinical.
There's a separate legal track for attorneys than there are for the pharmacists. I would also recommend, I don't know if she's available, but if ODC counsel was able to attend, I think it would be beneficial as well.
I would support that if the board chose.
I apologize, I wasn't paying attention. I'm going to make a motion without hearing that to do exec council and 2 board members. I personally am very interested in going to ASPL this time around.
Can you also include ODC?
ODC, yes. Is that what that was about? Got it. 2 board members, exec, council, ODC.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Dr. Shealy, can you go back to agenda item 7G?
In my research for various items, I've come across numerous agendas where board newsletter topics were an item. I should have bring that to your attention. If there are topics that you specifically think should go into newsletters for your awareness, NABP formats all of our newsletters as part of one of the services that we utilize. And there are 5 newsletters. They tend to come after board meetings whenever they come out. So deadlines that I have for newsletter articles, if you will, are February 1st, so after the January board meeting. May 1st is one, July 1st, et cetera. So I have a deadline of a newsletter article for 7/1. And if there are any particular topics that you want in that newsletter, the new regulations are going to be in there. Contract manufacturer applications will be in there this time. Introduction of new board member will be there. But
Right.
if there are topics that you want put out, since we do require people have access to the newsletter as part of our statutory requirements, you should weigh in on what is included in it.
Early offering of MPJE update.
Exam updates and licensure updates were included in the last newsletter
Okay,
that
I
came
missed
out
that.
in May,
Got it, thank you.
but we can certainly put it in there again as a reminder.
Intern hours? Or notification of employment?
We can add that. We've done CE in the past as well, but anything that you would want
Just throwing them out there.
put in there.
I
See
think
if anything
it
catches.
would benefit that there are some standing items that always appear in our newsletters for easy access. CE requirements would come to mind. Reminder of notification of employment would come to mind in that process.
For your awareness too, I've tried to put in like kind of update from meetings if there are decisions that were made that would impact practice. I've tried to include those
What about something about
as best I
the
can.
online application? What's that face for?
It's not really easy to describe the process in like a newsletter topic.
More
That's why I
information to
smiled.
come.
I know.
Just some ideas.
Just wanted ideas. I didn't think you had to do it.
Immunization kit checklist. I don't know, things like that.
Changes to the immunization kit requirements as well as hormonal protocol updates. Those are in there, yeah.
That one's that one. And you already mentioned new board member introduction.
Do we have, what? Oh,
Oh, was he?
I think maybe.
Were you?
Would take seat, office, whatever the term was. in June.
Do we have any restrictions from an agency or statute or any other rule where we could de-identify and share discipline information like other states do in their newsletters?
Our discipline is public.
Talking to like putting a little excerpt or saying like, hey, we've seen a lot of CE audit, failures. Please remember.
Sure. Is the question whether you have the authority to list out every single discipline that occurred?
My question is about any. So I do know that they're public, but I don't know that that necessarily also means we could publish in a newsletter. I mean, I understand public is available, but does public also mean available to publish? I can ask you that as a attorney-client privilege later.
Let's discuss that. later.
There's a previous board policy and procedure saying disciplinary actions will not be published in should disciplinary actions be published, no names of the respondents will be published, only the violation and the sanction. Policy and procedure 55.
All right, so I'm going to stick to your topic real quick. The only other one I have that has not been covered, let's see, we already did the CPA, Pharmacy Access Act, would be with the new, in light of the compounding regs that we're doing now, the new kind of updated guidance for FDA in regards to the GLP-1s and essential copies. I think they actually did put a limit on the quantity, not to say that we're going to adopt it, but just for people's awareness.
To include that in the one that would come this summer?
The FDA guidance getting updated to the GLP-1s and essential copies. I think they added like a inordinate amount. I think they limited it to 4 per month or something like that. Don't quote me on that one, just because.
That April, you're talking about the April 1st alert that I sent out to
Yes.
y'all?
Yeah.
Will you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. Do we also cover that effective, I think July 1, Medicare is covering, I believe, 2 GLP-1?
We don't regulate reimbursement or insurance coverage. I don't know that that would be approved. So there are reviews of the content that's there to make sure that legally stuff that we can share, that we can have out. Medicare coverage changes for like pharmacy benefit, I don't know would be something that we would be able to keep in there if I had it as an
I'm
FYI.
not sure that would pass legal review.
Yeah, I'll be more insurance.
There's guideline documents that's already been released for pharmacists and physicians on CMS website.
I'll just make the blanket statement of all these topics pending legal review or approval. All right, I am going to see if there's interest in a 10-minute break before we move on to the next topics. All right, 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2:20. items left. We have agenda item 14, discussion on communication and education strategy for compounding. We have a couple items that need to go back to executive session. And we have public comment. I'll go ahead and take public comment. Anyone speak? That'd be great. Come on up here. You can introduce yourself. May not be able to see on the live stream, but we have effectively run off everyone from the Board of Pharmacy meeting at this point, except for one. So please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Tim Gentilcore, the incoming board member. So officially, once the month turns over, I'll be joining y'all and looking forward to it. Board member for Congressional District 4. And again, just really excited about being involved in all of the work that happens behind the scenes, but also in front of the camera sometimes. And just really excited about making the positive impact for our patients and the profession as a whole. So thank you very much for welcoming me with open arms over the past 2 days.
We'll also note that Dr. Gentilcore works in hospital health system setting.
Yes.
And is bringing that expertise to our board, which we are very, very excited about.
I am as well.
Great. All right. Hearing no other public comment, I am going to take up item 14, discussion on communication and education strategy. So my intent for this, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, is I do not want our communication to licensees to be reactive, not us thinking, oh, yeah, we need to publish that. Oh, we need to put that on our social media or whatever. I want a very intentional, crafted strategy, almost like a marketing plan that you would do. And I would like that to begin as soon as we can. Thinking about the process of where by September, where our regulation will be, and then kind of the next steps after that. So my ask here for this on the agenda is if you will think about maybe your role in that, it may prove well just to have a group that kind of crafts that strategy to present at the September meeting for approval and kickoff. Of course, that would include staff as well for access to whatever, all those means. But thinking about who needs the message, where that can be received. I mean, we have certainly over and over heard responses of, I didn't get that email, or I didn't read that newsletter, or I didn't see that post. So using all resources that we have to really make sure that our licensees are well communicated and well educated on not just the steps of the process, but like the content in that regulation. Are there questions I can answer about that?
Like, it's kind of a little negligence on their part, for sure, because I feel like, you know, I see it, and people on my team see it. So I'm not saying that I don't think it's a poor job we're doing, maybe like the click rate or whatever it might be. But, you know, if something's sent out via email, I mean, do y'all get I mean, I get it. So I'm not really sure why people would say.
Yeah, thank you.
And to that point, I'd like to ask, is there ever a situation where the Board of Pharmacy puts on like a conference or any kind of event that like some of these things could be brought up, communicated?
I think that would be a great thing to explore as a board and maybe even as a work group. Whether that's embedded in another conference that already exists, like asking for time at an association conference, or finding ways that we host our own town halls or educational sessions or things like that.
Yeah, and I was going to say, because I know like we're not allowed to lobby or anything like this, but this is more of the sense of like communication. We're not just trying to like say, hey, we want you to vote for this or back this up. You know, it's just like, hey, these are the changes that are coming.
Yeah, that's a good point of where our lines are of lobbying.
Well, and it's interesting so my brain goes back to like the North Carolina Compounding Conference that their Board of Pharmacy put on. So like if and when we do move towards this like standard of care officially for like compounding, like as far as almost like a teaching scenario of like, what does this mean? What does this look like? What are the expectations? As like some still being able to reach her licensees and have them interact and engage.
So preemptively, the agency does have a communications department. Casey and I can work with that department to make sure that, see what avenues we can explore. I think after, if this is the board's pleasure and the regulations go through, then I think that you all could perhaps put on a CLE or make it a requirement for licensees for a period of,
I was just going to clarify that CLE would be our CE.
Yeah, we call them CEs.
Thank you once again for interpreting for me.
I was just thinking with regards to what Ms. Adams or Dr. Adams said yesterday, that it was like a complete mindset shift for the whole industry in their states, all the way down to trashing their inspection forms and like, oh my gosh, what works now? So like the idea that we're not going to be the only ones going through that process, it's all of our state.
All right, excellent. Thank you for letting me bring that up. Go ahead.
Is that all you wanted to do, is to bring it up?
That's all I wanted to do was
All
bring it
right.
up. You can start your note taking. Or if you're thinking about a face tattoo, you could get the compounding regulation. No, I'm just kidding. Joke. All right.
But Madam Chair.
Yes.
Whenever you're bringing it up, you asked for there to be something that came back in September. Can you clarify what you wanted to come back in September?
Deliverable. So I would like to have a drafted strategy plan by September. I am happy to be the one that kicks that initial draft off. But I would, if there is interest from board members to participate in that early draft. Besides me and my chat GPT.
With this draft, just keep in mind that there are several steps that still need to go. So like you should account for, early and often communication, I think, is really helpful for a variety of reasons. But the submitted regulations, assuming that we have a product that is ready for the board to submit for the start of the next session, they still have to go through an approval process to where then, the communication is likely different.
Yes.
During that. So I just want to be sure that once you vote on a regulation, there are still things that have to happen before we will be able to communicate what those regulations are.
Yeah, and
from
I see
a
that as
enforcement
part of the
standpoint.
education piece. So as of X date, public comment to the board stops and maybe goes a different path, right? So things like that. I mean, I would not count on all of our licensees fully even understanding, like, what does it mean that it's been promulgated? And if I wanted to give a comment, how do I now do that? How do I do that in November compared to January, compared to March or whatever? And just even for me, even doing this for a while, I just kind of always have to be reminded of the timeline. And so then if licensees had been watching our meetings over the past, 6 to 12 months, and then suddenly we're not talking about compounding anymore, educating of, well, it's now been handed off to this step or whatever. So I think sometimes that piece of education could prove useful.
We could provide updates on the website and e-blasts notifying of updates, but I think Dr. Shealy is already doing that.
I would recommend a policy and procedure, maybe number 202.
Okay.
Giggle.
I am kidding.
All right.
So you have the names. I just want to make sure you have what you need. So you have the names. Ms. Black was willing to help anything you need. I serve at your pleasure too, so
Thank you.
let me know.
Wonderful, thank you. All right. We have a couple items for executive session. Um,
We have not.
Oh, thank you. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you. So we will go to agenda item 7H, intern hour notifications.
At the March meeting, there is a request for more information about whenever staff deny intern hours that are submitted, kind of what that denial looks like. So you have several examples in your board book of what that is. Generally speaking, you've heard now probably 5 or 6 different situations where each student was denied their intern hours because there was no notification of employment on file for that given time period. So the law requires notification of employment at least 3 different times, even when there are no changes. That one of the times is even if there's no change in employment. So whenever they first start a job, within 10 days of starting that job, within 10 days of the calendar year, every year in which they want to claim hours, and then whenever they change to another job, then those would be the times when a notification of employment are required to be submitted that is in statute. The scenarios that you've seen are ones where the staff have denied them because as soon as the hours are submitted, then there's a review to make sure that we have a notice of employment on file for that location in which they are submitting those hours for, because a notification or a submission of hours requires a supervising pharmacist to attest that the student did complete hours at that location under pharmacist supervision. So we're kind of looking at those 2 different pieces. Are the hours that are submitted, are they verified by a pharmacist at that location? That would be important. And then do we have a notification of employment that also would be signed by a pharmacist at the location that the student is indeed working here? Do we have that for that time period? Whenever those don't match or we don't have that, it is a denial, and you have the communication that comes with a reminder of when to submit. Whenever a new intern receives their certificate, they get that information. It's all an email. So I think those are the kind of pieces that we could provide, and we can try to answer any other questions that you might have. But generally, it is the same for us at staff level, and then any deviations from that would be what you may choose.
This information is a fulfillment of our request from a previous board meeting.
We understood the request to be, can you give scenarios and communication for, like, why are these for us?
Not
for
even why, but like how. Yeah.
being denied sort of thing. And it's the same. So the best information that we could provide is what is being shared and in that manner, because it's at staff level, it doesn't matter the reason why you didn't submit it, it's you didn't submit it. So those are kind of does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Question. It's been a long time since I've personally had to do this. So just remind us, if, say you work for like a pharmacy that has multiple locations, you have to have a notification of employment for each location you might possibly work at. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously the affidavit for the hours for each of those locations signed off by each of those pharmacists.
Yes.
Okay.
Before the intern hours can be obtained.
And all those are statute requirements, correct?
There are statutory requirements of when to submit the notice of employment. There's a statutory provision that says intern hours will not, cannot be obtained before an intern certificate is held. I'll read portions of it.
The only reason I'm thinking is we brought this up multiple times. Is there a better way that we can, of course, not go against statute, but clean it up, make it easier for staff?
And my suggestion would maybe, I think there's a lot of opportunities here. I think we have a full plate with the compounding regs and the CPA, or clutter, CPA. But I would suggest maybe to Madam Chairwoman that after we submit for the regs, that this become one of our priorities, looking at how the interns potentially renew, and then we could eliminate some paperwork that doesn't come upon a renewal. I don't think that has to be like a formal motion, but I think we just put this kind of as our next project to tackle.
For clarity, interns are the only licensee that do not renew currently. They have annual requirements.
Which has been part of the administrative issue.
Yeah, that might be the best way to kind of.
Well, and then they're going to become a pharmacist that has to renew every year. So then it's not I don't think burdensome.
Can't remember what state it was, but one state didn't require, maybe it was Tennessee, didn't require interns, but then they did, and when they did, it is yearly renewals. So
I don't think this board has a bandwidth right now, but I do think that that's probably one of the next projects.
Thank you. Yeah. So I think we'll just, we'll take this as information for now and appreciate you gathering all that for us. All right, next up. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session. I will note that for the matters that go into executive session, we'll have a couple of recusals, and we'll make sure that those are noted for the record as they come. But we can, in general, go into executive session now.
Motion to go into executive session.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Okay. A motion and a second to go in closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.